US Treasury Secretary Bessent adds the Treasury market was well functioning in the April turmoil. And the Treasury has a large toolkit for treasuries. Bessent adds that the Fed also has a large toolkit for treasuries. Treasury Secretary Bessent says there's broad investor support for treasuries in auctions. Mexico's President Scheinbaum says, I'm not planning a visit to the US at the moment.
Morning, guys. How's everyone doing?
US Treasury Secretary Bessent says it's time for China to graduate from a developing country status.
So we just rejected our 15-minute VWAPs from Globex on ES and on NQ, and then reverted back to our 30-second opening ranges. Not not a ton here. We either hold these edges or we'll rotate through. So just keeping an eye on that.
So keeping on the markets, we're seeing the S&P 500 pairing gains at the moment, still up 0.25% though.
So here's our 15-minute VWAP, that purple line. Again, just traveled all the way up to them, rejected, and now are rotating back down into our lows in our day opens here on both ES and NQ. Into our ORLs, pushing through. See if we can get a reoffer for a secondary move. If we show interest below 840,
S&P 500 continuing to
we
quickly
have
pair
a
gains
lot
now, they're around
more
13
room
a session.
down, but 840 should be supportive short term for at least a pop to like 75. But again, if 840 goes offer, then it's probably a rotation down to 810, 790, that area. So really important to see if we find a bid here short term.
Seeing Alphabet extend declines to 3.4% on AI search comments made by Apple's Q. As a rear keeping us updated, China's President Xi now arrived in Russia. The Nasdaq 100 as well are raising gains, falling to a session low, down spot 2%.
Just taking out the rest of this demand here from Globex. This is pushed down into previous day value low and our weekly value low again, and just into this 840 area. Just watching our reaction. If we reject our 50 to 60, that's where our most bearish offer would be. Just a rejection of previous day value low on NQ. If we're able to find a short-term bid here, again, I'm just looking for a rotation back up to day open first to retest, and then we can either choose to rotate back up or continue down. I expect just a little bit of lull here. We're seeing that, but we're seeing the offer really trying to aggressively rotate us through. There's definitely not a bid yet, right? We're just watching to see if we can find someone who's caught off sides initially, right? And then we're looking to spot a higher low after someone's caught off sides to play the right side of the V. Don't be preemptive about this. We know that there's potentially a bottom here, but we haven't seen it yet. Morning, Visionary. Morning, Randolph. Or Wendwolf. So getting a slight bounce here. Again, this is, it just makes sense, but we want to see what our reaction is going to be. Your most bearish response would be into 50s here, rejecting our previous day value low. I personally would like to see us head up to day open and retest that and see a very strong offer up here near 75s, 75s. That would be, to me, a much better selling points, just a rejection of our 30-second opening range, our day open, etc., etc. But we do see this supply at our 60 to 70 here above us from our bounce here at 40s. So just want to highlight this, show it. Now we watch short term. Same thing on ES, just watching our 35 to day open, right? Just watching to see how we react here into the bottom of our 30-second opening range. Is sell side going to take control, or can we recover? If you did buy, I think any push up into the 60s, 70s is a great first risk off.
USMCA review will take place in 2026 per the treaty.
We are watching to see if the offer is going to hold our 30-second opening range as resistance, or if we can recover that edge and then rotate up. Solid rejection of our day open on ES, pushing lows here, previous day value low on ES. Just watching to see if we get some continuation down. We have full market participation in the CS, R2I, NQ off these rejections, and we're looking to see where we're headed next. Personally, I think that this is another bouncing opportunity at 810s on NQ. If we push below 790 to 800, we could potentially see another leg down. But that is my short-term pivot here. Just watching to see how we interact here into our day, into our ETH low. I definitely don't know if the selling is over per se, but this is a previous area of interest. So I'm just watching to see how we interact. If we take out our ETH low and show it as resistance, then I will be much more bearish.
Alphabet extending losses sinking as much as 5% as Apple explores AI search in its browser. US Treasury Secretary Bessent repeats that the US will always meet its debt obligations.
All right, there's our bounce at our 10s. Back to our 50 offer. Watching to see if we're going to make a lower high here. Yes, battling for its day open again. Russell leading this move up. Lower highs across the board. Pushing. We need to get below 790 for next leg. Again, 798.10 is our low. Not expecting much more until we show resistance. That is resistance, sorry. If we do, then we can probably head down to like
Apple
720.
has a revenue share agreement with Google Lens for its AI feature.
I think down here, and then below that would be ADR. So we're really just keeping our eye on this pivot, see if we can take out our Globex low, make that resistance. Until then, again, just kind of expecting bounces to occur here. Not a reversal, just bounces, right? We're not going to be bullish on the day until 30-second opening ranges become supportive. We're just going to think of these areas as reversions back to day open, if anything. With primary resistance being previous day value low. Mm-hmm.
Apple's Q says Apple and Microsoft moved to a year-to-year search agreement.
Apple's
Just to update
Q.
users on this move in Apple. So again, we've been hearing comments from Apple's Q. Initially said that searches in browser fell for the first time in April and added that Apple is exploring adding AI search to its browser.
Who's
Apple
Apple's
shares
Q?
fall 1.7% now to a session low.
Is that like Q from James Bond? So again, we were expecting bounces here at our 10s, but we should just think of this area as balance until proven otherwise. So every attempt that we push above into this pocket we should be risking off some of our position if you are in it, and you should be looking for sell side to aggressively try to push this thing down into our like everything from just this previous day low right into this like 40 is just where we expect our offer to be sitting. So it needs to be where you're risking off some. And we're just battling with this 30 edge now, right? There was a bid that attempted here earlier on this first look down. And we can see that that value low here at this 40 is just holding as offer. So this entire area, right, is just where you want to be looking to see if sell side is going to try to shift value down. Hopefully you can see how I visually just kind of like showed that with this circled area, right? But you can see it also on your value to value here. So really just watching it, how we interact into this area. And as long as we're seeing sell side sitting here, this has to be considered where your first like risk off is. And you should just expect balance between here and there until we can either get back above our previous day value low, or if we push below our ETH low and show that as resistance, right? So just we are balanced here, and we are looking for, we're basically waiting for a sell side continuation or a very clear pop back over previous day value low, or rotations back up, and then a recovery of our VWAP and previous day POC. But yeah, you should expect sell side trend to continue overall on the day until we can get back above our opening range. This is just a period of consolidation before we get our next leg. We'll be watching this as an area where we're either going to, you know, trap at the highs,
Apple's
look
Q
back
says
in,
Apple has no
rotate
intention
down,
of making its own general search engine.
and then continuation down, or a push below, and then a recovery, and then a rotation back up. So just treating this area as we're waiting for someone to get punished. Very clear looks below Globex and hold off of this area of resistance should just result in, you know, a continuation down and then heading to that 720 target. But let's see if we can get that with a bit more clarity here. This is yesterday's opening range on ES. Offer sitting at 810 here. Let me just add a visual guide for you guys of what's happening.
The S&P 500 reaches a session low after turning negative.
That might be helpful. Just lower highs, right? POC holding as resistance from last candle so far, as well as our halfway back. Offer trying to step down here at this 10 to 20. If we can recover it, should just do rotations up. 790 still holding as supportive, and our ETH low. We know our offer was sitting above at this 40 to 60. We are watching to see if we can show interest below the 790, or we expect balance in between, waiting for someone to be trapped at one of these edges for a move outside of this structure. Keep an eye on your lower highs.
Apple looked at Anthropic, DeepSeek, Grok, and Perplexity for AI.
This is looking like wait for Russell to lose momentum, and then the full market collapses again for another leg down kind of move. We'll see. Watching our value edge on Russell as we push up. As soon as that thing stops making higher lows, with NQ and ES continuing to show weakness, I just don't really see what keeps us continuing here. That'll probably be our catalyst for next leg. As soon as RTY stops making these higher lows and actually starts to break down with the market off of this little, again, just like a lull that we're seeing before we find our next leg. Watching our edge here on Russell. Again, there's not going to be a great shorting opportunity until Russell shows that weakness. It's just going to be balance between our two nodes, our two zones here on ES and on NQ. Watching our
Slightly
edge
bouncing
here
the S&P
on
500
Russell.
here, up around 0 spot to 1% now, and some strength coming through in the dollar, with the Dixie up around spot 1% as well.
We are expecting some offer here as we approach in, and we're looking for a break of these higher lows for that continuation idea. This is our edge. If you are playing off of this low, this should be your first risk off, just like we talked about. As we approach into this 40 to 60, we need to show interest above for anything more, or just expect that to be a resistance. I can't really make this any simpler. Same thing on ES. We have two edges. We have our 30-second opening range from yesterday, and we have our 30-second opening range from today. We are balanced in between them as of right now. We need to either recover and show this as supportive for continuation up, or we should expect that we are going to find this as resistance for a continuation down. So I'm not really bullish until we recover our view up and our day open and get back over this and show interest. Or I expect us to kind of just consolidate here before we figure out directionally where we're headed next. Again, as soon as Russell stops going up, the rest of the market has already shown weakness and should lead down. So far, the price action level to level has been easy to read. Yeah, in my opinion, FOMC before decision is one of the easier days. After FOMC, it gets a little unpredictable, but pre-FOMC, it's not terrible. And the reason why I say that is usually pre-FOMC, it's like we can make a couple assumptions. Assumption one is that previous areas of value should persist because we're not going to see new participants in the market that are going to be from a higher time frame perspective until a decision has been made, new money. We shouldn't be expecting new money to be coming in at high levels pre-decision, right? So we should be expecting balance or rotations in between areas of interest from the days before, and we should just basically oscillate those and expect reversion trades and balance until decision comes out. And so if we can respect our pivots and respect the trend that from the initial response, we can kind of just play around those areas pretty predictably until that decision comes in and then money starts to step back into the market. And then we can play a very strong trend move, which once that liquidity is stepped back in. $20 still need 15s.
US Treasury Secretary Bessent says the unfettered ability to borrow has made the US more prolific. US Treasury Secretary Bessent adds the market may discipline us one day. We're working to avoid it. Again, Bessent says market may discipline us one day. We're working to avoid it.
Russell higher lows continuing. NQ back to bottom of range. Yo, what's up, Screwhead? Welcome, man. Explain what is going on? About what? Like the market? In like what sense? Like why we sold? I need a bit more context. What am I waiting for? I'm waiting for Russell to show weakness. We were looking for this move up into VWAP for a decision to be made. This is just we're expecting balance here on NQ between 860 and 790, or more specifically like this 810 and 840. We're just waiting for Russell to show sell side pressure as well, and we're treating these areas between ES 620 and ES 630 as balance. That's our 30-second opening range low from today and our 30-second opening range high from yesterday, right? So we were just balanced on NQ, also just balanced, and we're just waiting for Russell to also show weakness. We were expecting consolidation here and then a decision to be made once someone is trapped, and then we get full market participation in a direction. I'm not bullish until we show interest above our 30-second opening ranges on NQ and ES. I'm just expecting reversion or continuation down, right? There's no reason to be bullish on a day like today if we are below our 30-second opening range. Our participants from this morning have shown no interest, and we shouldn't either, because they aren't, right? But if we can start to show interest above that area, then I'll care about larger term upside. Until then, it just looks like sideways balance until someone steps in and leads us in a direction. We rotated up to our 15-minute VWAP this morning and sold, right? So all we've done in our Globex session is rotate up. We made this supply above us and then rotated into our 15-minute VWAP and have been selling for all of the sessions, right? All of the session. All of the session. So until I see that shift, I don't really have a reason for me to change my bias, because we can very clearly see a established seller sitting above us that is just selling off of this this level, right? All they've been doing is building their position above. So the overall trend to me is down because we've not seen any interest above that. This has just been an area for higher time for participants to load, and we've seen them loading a lot in pre-market and moving this thing downward. So for me to care, why we need to shift above this, right? Very clearly. Or we're just going to expect more of the same. So off of this initial reaction, we saw this huge move down, and now we are basically just trying to shift value below this liquidity, right? This was our low from yesterday, where we started to see these bids happen over and over and over again. But now we're just balanced, right? Between this area here. We're just chopping. I think if we start to rotate below the 790, 800 and show it as offer, we are headed down to 720. That's my current guess. But I'd like to see the Russell move with us for that take. And that's what we have marked on chart, right? So I'm just watching for that break of our higher lows and push below this 790, 800 with our rejection being into this VWAP area. And ideally, we got to get below this value edge here that we've established. So from this VWAP rejection, we want to see a very clear look below and then a continuation down. If it continues to maintain higher lows, you're just going to continue to get bounces on NQ and EOS. I think you need Russell to move with the market for real moves to occur. To be confident in them. You're just going to be playing balance. "30-second opening range, not 30-minute. I feel like if you're going to use a 30-minute, you might as well just trade off of the initial balance. The IB. I use the 30-second. And there's a reason for that, right? That's actually used in the pit. So there's real money being traded off of the 30-second, and it's levels that are used professionally. I don't know anyone who's using like a 15 or a 30-minute professionally. I know people who are using a 30-second professionally. And so if they are also marking those levels, I am also marking those levels. Same thing with your IB or your initial balance. Those are levels that are given to professional traders on the floor. So you might as well trade off of them. This is what this is like from the pit. They give you your 30-second opening range here across all instruments. Pit high, pit low, right? So that is why I care about it. And you can see initial liquidity that stepped in and from the morning, right, as they are rebalancing and putting on those initial positions. We usually are pretty reactive around it, right? The initial decisions off the day. And so if we're holding above that initial liquidity has stepped back in, then I'm interested in upside. If we're below it, then I am not going to be, then I'll be interested in downside. Another full rotation here. If you are respecting our zones and respecting Russell holding higher lows, you shouldn't be caught off sides because nothing has changed in our idea. Just another rotation off of 798.10 and a rotation back up to our 840, 860. Russell still pushing, and with that being a thing, there's not a real great reason to short. What do you mean about IB failure? You need to look into initial balance. There's lots to go over about an initial balance plays, and you need a deeper understanding. So I just don't worry about it until you look into it. You don't want to add something new to your trading strategy preemptively. You want to do some back testing yourself. Don't add new things intraday to your plan. Trade your mechanical setups that you are aware of and you understand well, And then aftermarket, do some research and look into them. Don't trade real money off of other people's ideas until you're comfortable and understand why things are doing what they're doing. That is my advice to you. Yeah, exactly.
According to officials,
40
there is
seconds
case
till
for
new
US airline
15s.
CEOs
Just
after
into
Biden's
our
Trump
upper range here.
administration proposal to spend tens of billions to
Our
overhaul
upper
air traffic
balance,
control.
right? This is just a push into our POC from our sell side candle. Just an offer into our top zone. So just full rotation again off of 798.10 into our 60 and our previous day value low, as well as our POC from our sell side candle. We need to see a very clear step back above this for more, or we expect our offer to be sitting here. And then a rotation back below our 40, and then a offer and push back down into our demand, right? So we need to see a very clear step up and recovery of our opening range, or we should expect sell side to be sitting here, and then we look for our offer to get us back below these sellers showing initiative, trapping these traders here. As long as Russell is continuing to push up, I'm not overall bearish on the day. We are just watching our higher lows on RTY. As long as those are maintaining, you're not in a terrible spot, right? But we need to recover our opening ranges for more. So just keeping an eye on this. This is where our seller was last on Russell. And so it becomes a very important pivot to see if that's where we're going to see a reversion. If we start to step back below our value edge, right, and make VWAP resistance, we can look for different downside. If we can step back above, we'll look for interest and continuation up, right? So this is all this is. Just watching our yellow zone. Same thing on ES. We are testing into our VWAP and our 30-second opening range high, trying to hold our mid here. If we can establish above, we'll look for a pop and a continuation higher. If this is resistance, we should expect this to hold, and we're looking for day open to go resistance, and then a rotation back down to our value edge here into our previous day value and current value low. So just watching for a lost momentum here. This is a good area to watch for it, and we'll see what direction we make.
Treasury Secretary Bessent says conditions for a strong dollar are important for confidence.
Should be your first risk off the failure into our highs, back down to our balanced lows. This is POC of previous candle here at 810. No change in anything that we've talked about. We have just rotated up to this POC and have failed, and they're now rotating back down to where our buyer was last. If we step below this, we can look for more. Until then, this should just be a balanced rotation like we've talked about over and over and over again. This is target on ES, off of our failure here at our 30-second opening range, following pathing, and back into our value low. So again, we're watching to see if this will hold as resistance here into our edge. We need to see a very clear hold below this and offer at our previous day value low to current value low if we're going to continue it down. If not, we just expect balance. We want to see Russell step below its current value low here and show this rotation down. We want to see this weakness and this break of these higher lows that we've been seeing. If we do not see this, it is going to be another rotation up, and then we'll look for a lower high.
So in 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, Treasury Secretary Bessent was due to meet with Republicans on tax. However, this is likely to be delayed. Bessent is still testifying at the moment.
I don't know if you guys want to watch the Lizard Man talk, but here you go. If there was one politician that I thought was like the Lizard Man conspiracy was true about, it is Benson. And straight up looks like he doesn't know how to be a human being. Yeah, he looks like he's in a skin suit. So if we get above 820 again, we have potential to punish all these guys piling short down here. 820? I guess 820. I mean, yeah, we should just expect a rotation up again, to at least our highs. But like again, like this is just balance, right? So all we did was trap above here, right? And then we saw our offer then step down and then rotate us. So what you're really watching for is from this low, do we then make a lower high, right? And then can we look down? Or does this bid maintain? But you should be looking for your offer into like 40. That would be my guess. Right. Why you're basically watching, can these guys maintain offsides above? If so, right, and we can put in a lower high here, then downside is pretty likely. If the bid steps above here and starts to show interest, then punishment of these guys down at our lows makes a lot more sense. I don't, the 20 level is a bit odd. We should expect just rotation in between our 790 and 860 for right now, I think. We watch to see if Russell can make this lower high here as with VWAP being resistance. So far, just bouncing our value edge. We want to see this breakdown on Russell. We really, really do. $40 balance, yeah, dude, it would be nice. See, what's going to happen is that people are going to watch this rotate between these two zones over and over again, and then the one time they attempt it, it's going to break down on them, and then they're never going to trust balance again. It happens every time that I tell you two zones that we're going to be playing around, and then 2 hours later you finally try it, and then it doesn't work. That's what I'm saying, Horatio. Russell, no weakness. ES holding our edge at 32. Pushing back up to resistance here. Watching to see if we step over or if it continues to maintain. Need to see that offer lower, like we have pathed for more downside for another rotation. If we take out highs, upside more likely than downside for short term off of our hold of our valued low edge. Ever use bots for trading? There's another side of our company called Easy Algos that is just algorithm based trading with strategies. It's all automated. I personally don't use automation. I like trading a lot, so I do it all manually because it's the reason why I trade in the first place. I'm a big fan of trading, but if you are interested in it, you can join the Easy Algos side of the company for automated trading strategies. If you want to learn how to manually trade, then you stick with me. If you want to do automated trading, then you go join Tom's side. Yeah. Okay, I cannot watch this house panel. This is she's crashing out. What is going on? Do I still trade 5 watts? Was that to her ratio, Ty?
The Danish foreign minister says, I will call in acting US ambassador to Denmark to discuss media reports about the US's plans to step up spying on Greenland.
What indicators have you seen being used most by bots? Um,
So this follows a Wall Street Journal piece released last night around 7 p.m. Eastern Time, where US intelligence agencies said they are to increase surveillance on Greenland.
I think the most common entry and scalping mechanism from bots. Again, a bot is different than like a quantitative system. A bot is very basic. Are systems that use the grid, which is a terrible strategy, but it is probably the most common trading bot that exists. And it just is a deviation based pyramiding in strategy where you just buy while being down and you sell while being down at all times and you're just averaging into positions like crazy. But overall you make money because you're just adding to positions and the market reverts to a mean more than likely, right? So like the grid trading strategy is basically like as the market is dipping, you're adding to your positions. So it's like buying, 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 buying. And then when it's going up, you're selling, 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 selling. And it just does that over and over again. They're very common in crypto markets, grid based strategies. But to me, they seem so arbitrary. But people use them quite a bit. What news channel? We use Financial Juice. Financial Juice. See if we can rotate back through here on a sell side offer below 40s, or if 40s are going to maintain and we could pop over 60. Very important pivot here for short term. But yeah, you see a lot of bots. Again, and like bots are very basic, but you see a lot of bots using like TWAP and VWAP for initiating, as well as a grid-based entry and execution system. Those are your most basic trading bots, are going to be stuff that involves around that. Very quick moves, lots of adding, lots of taking off positions, no just like one and dones. TWAP, time weighted average price. You have volume weighted average price and time weighted average price, TWAP. Just going to clean up charts for right now while we chop up here. We're trying to establish in our upper balance. If this fails, we should get a pretty excited move down. But as of right now, we are trying to establish above our seller as a bid, which is bullish in nature. Need to show interest above still, but short term, we're still seeing our higher lows intact on Russell. We are just watching our reoffer into this area. If we can continue to hold this, I don't really see any change in anything that we've talked about. We just need to see that look below our value structure. Once we see that look below, that's going to be where we get bearish, right? So I want to see like a very clear shift down on Russell for this continuation with our highs holding. Our move will be based off of Russell. I'm almost 100% certain. Until then, NQ is still just trapped in balance, and I'm not expecting any shift from that. Same thing on ES, just holding our 30-second opening range, no change. But if we step below our halfway back in our 30-second opening range, we can expect that rotation back down to our value low edge. I think looking for continuation right now is a mistake. Just trade the balance. Until proven otherwise. Watch for our reoffer here. If it was going to be anywhere, we'd expect it to be here where these bids were. It's either going to trap sell side or it's going to trap buy side. Right? We're watching for a very clear reaction where these guys are going to be punished. We want to see a very clear offer below and rotation, or pop above and continuation. We want to see how we interact here into our top zone. Russell still maintaining. Yes, still maintaining. Nothing is changing. Our halfway backs are holding. This is bullish in nature for short term. Need to see weakness below for continuation. Just holding our top edge, no change. No incentive or initiative, but initiative buyers above, but sell side is still failing below. Just chopping. I will be right back.
US Treasury Secretary Bessent says, I believe the debt to GDP ratio will drop next year. Citigroup's Moore says the economy was decelerating even before tariffs. So, in 10 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, Trump due to be speaking at a swearing in ceremony. So, again, at the bottom of the hour, Trump participating in a swearing in ceremony for the ambassador to the People's Republic of China. We have posted the live video to this on the feed for those interested.
Their failure at our 60s, rotation down, no change.
So in 5 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, Trump due to be holding a swearing-in ceremony for the new ambassador to China. Live video is on the feed for those interested.
You are playing off of our 810 bottom. Watch as we approach into 40. It's your first risk off into our halfway back and top of our range. Just balance, guys. Watch CF offer sits here or a lower high. If you are going to continue down, we'd want to see something like this. If we were going to just continue to trade balance, right, then we'll look for acceptance back above. But regardless, this is a very good first risk off from our lower edge. Russell showing some weakness with this move. Again, we need to see this step below our 30-second opening range and our value low and show that weakness if we're going to continue downward, or we should expect more of the same where we just oscillate in between. I think a good way to look at this is we are just trading between this lower yellow zone and this higher yellow zone on Russell. So we want to see acceptance below or more.
So we're shortly expecting Trump to hold his swearing-in ceremony for the new ambassador to China. Again, live video is on the feed.
30 seconds until new 15s. I will post the Trump thing. It has not started yet. We'll just back down to our bottom of balance off our offer at 40. Need to see sell side start to show some aggressive movement below this 10 and then rotate below 790 for continuation, or we just absorb here again on the bid. Watch Russell as we rotate back down into our lower zone. We're watching to see if this is going to oscillate. again with our bid stepping in here and then just doing this rotation again. Watch to see if offer can hold here on Russell for a lower high. This would be your first bearish sign. If we could hold our 30-second opening range low as resistance, just here basically, right? Our day open. Oops, did not mean to do that. If this fails, then we just do the full oscillation up, would be my guess. Right, so you're watching to see from this low that we've already identified, which is our value low on RTY, are we going to now do the full oscillation up and come into here again? Or can we see our first lower high where we are pushing into this day open and ORL, and we're going to reject down for that leg down. So watching this area a lot, because this should determine our next area of interest. Same thing on on ES. We're seeing our offer try to step in, right? We're trying to see these lower highs take advantage of this movement. We want to see day open be resistance, with Russell also showing that weakness, and with NQ also showing these lower highs, right? Just the offer stepping down, stepping down, stepping down. But we need to show interest below here and see that weakness, right, where this bid has been being very reactive. When we see this move on the Russell and actually get this weakness below our value edge, we will get more movement. Until then, you are trapped in balance. I cannot reiterate that enough. Look at where NQ is retesting right now on the 15. Why is this important? Well, it's our POC to value high of our previous candle, right? So if sell side is able to hold here, then we're seeing a very clear shift, right? These bids are trapped off sides above. We're seeing the offer now try to step down here. But if these guys fail, then right, we're just going to rotate right back up. We want to see this offer lower here and then reject and then push below these guys. Or it's just, you shouldn't expect change. It just doesn't make sense.
US Treasury Secretary Bessent says inflation and employment are inexorably linked.
Oh, Russell oscillation. Man. Yay. More chop. No shift in anything.
According to PIA, Pakistan reopens its airspace after the India strikes.
Retesting our highs here into 60. Either risk off your position or move stops up a bit more aggressively. We'll watch to see if we can hold off of another rotation. As long as Russell is leading up, we have the ability to continue. RTY into our 30-second opening range high here. Watch to see if we can build above or if this tops out here. This is NQ into day open and VWAP. And ES into our main pivot here at 43. And our previous day value, previous day POC. I think we are just watching to see if we can now hold this top structure. If we can bid here and then pop over, there might be more, right? We can then rotate our 30-second opening range above as supportive for this rotation up to here. But we need to see this top structure maintain, just like we have pathed, or it's going to just revert on a look back below. $50 seconds till new 15s. I'm personally flat. I'm risked off. We are just waiting for Trump to start speaking. We're back to our 30-second opening range as resistance. We've got ES holding it as supportive. We've got Russell holding it as supportive. Just watching NQ to see if we can build here. It's a bit slow, just eating through the supply. If we can start to rotate up, I will look to get back in. But until then, I'm just going to chill. I personally would like to see a bit of a dip into 40s. 50s, one more attempt from this edge for a continuation up if we were going to do it. Just a retest, but I might miss it, which is fine. I'll play the look into 90 and then the bid at 70 from that move if we do go up. There's not really a ton here on NQ specifically. There's a buyer trying at 70. I don't know
So keep in mind,
if we're
we
going
are
to be able
still
to pop
waiting for
it.
the start of Trump's swearing-in ceremony for the new ambassador to China. It does bring us now 10 minutes away from the top of the hour, where we are expecting the White House press briefing with Press Secretary Levitt.
Reason why I say that is because there's a offer at 80s. So it's just like we're sandwiched in this little 10-point range on NQ right now. So I'd like to see us either like do a little bit of a steeper pullback where we have known buyers, again, just into this this edge below, into this like 40 to 50, or a clear pop and show over our 80s, showing initiative. Like there's just not a ton here. If you see what I see on footprint, this will make a bit more sense, which is, let me bring this up. Right, these are just our areas that we denoted. So our 790 to 810 is where we expected bids to be off to be. We expected our offer to be into this 50 to 60. We can see that this is where that absorption occurred, and we rotate it down. We can see that buyer absorbing into 810, our seller. They are now trapped. We are in our rotation up, and now we're holding. And we've got this guy here at this 880 above, which is what we're hitting our heads on. So I'd like to see a retest a little bit steeper, ideally, to retest this break of structure here, right, where these this little buying ledge is on our delta profile. But if that doesn't happen, I just need to see like a very clear look back up into these highs, and then we can play off of like that 80 seller is supportive instead of resistance. So just waiting right now. This is how. Let me pull. I put this on the screen, and then let's also show just the exact same thing, but with the trades. You see how I'm just playing off of our 810 and selling into our 40? Just playing the little range, then taking profit into our high. And now I'm just waiting. I could have probably left runners, but didn't have the sizing for that, so just chilling. But again, was not looking for more downside until we showed weakness below 790-800. We've known about this for like 2 hours. It's the range. Just playing the Russell oscillation.
So in 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we do have the White House press briefing with Press Secretary Levitt. We have posted a live video on the feed for those interested. Just keep in mind, some users may need to refresh to see this.
Just watch this as your pivot above on ES. See if that holds. Previous day value high at 50s. Like 50 to 55 is pretty important. You can easily see that being our top. If we can flip it, then we might have a very clear upside rotation on our hands. If it holds, then no change in our value. Into our 30-second opening range high here in previous day POC on at 900s. We can pop over 900s. I can see 920, but 900 should be where offer sits. 920 is just a reversion to your 15-minute VWAP. So for me to be more bullish on the day, I'd want to see a very clear retest of this edge as supportive from our 920, and then I'll look over our 15-minute VWAP and a reclaim of that. We talked about this earlier, but we need to see this 15-minute VWAP from Globex go supportive because it has been a very clear selling point for most of the session. I highlighted this earlier, but we can just look back and see that a strong sell side presence has been here, right? So we can expect that off of this lunge down, that this is going to be where sell side tries again as we push up into this, and that there's another leg likely. If we can step over this and show it as supportive, then it's a breach of this selling, and I would then look for rotations up to our 50 edge at our previous day value high. And if we can then recover that, then we can do our rotations back up into this liquidity above from Globex, right? So just very simple strategy, but kind of simple's the move. It's just like, is our reactions occurring where we thought they would be? And if value has shifted, where are we headed? Well, probably back to where we were before, right? Where our offer was sitting, just into the supply above. Some things don't need to be more complicated
Shortly
than they.
Expecting the start of the White House press briefing. Again, live video is on the feed and on the calendar as well.
And they need to. Right, like very clear that there was a balance above. Do we see this? That we were trading in between? And then we looked below. We retested our balance edge. We failed to get back in. So what do we need to see for a continuation up from this? We're going to need to see a very clear look in and then hold, right, for upside. And then we can rotate this balance back into these highs. But like if this continues to fail, then there's been no shift. Right? So that's why I want to see us establish like this and show that interest for these rotations up. If we can see this rotation where we bid up, look into this as supportive, and then retest our edge here, that means we can go up and then do this rotation between here and here. If this fails, right, and our sell side just sits here, then there's no change and we just rotate back down. Just like we have been. Yeah? Everyone on the same page here? All right, cool. Oof. I'm gonna grab some water. Be right back.
And US Treasury Secretary Bessent's hearing at the House Financial Services panel has now ended.
It is crazy to me that Trump can just be an hour late like this for a swearing in. Like, why am I just waiting here? It was supposed to start at 12:30. This is our push into our 920 here. Exactly what we thought was going to happen. Now we watch to see if this is going to trap above, just like it's done on every attempt above, or if we can actually build. Super important. 50 seconds to only 15s. Holding our 30-second opening range so far from our 900s. Watch to see here if we get a bit of a pullback or if we're able to actually establish above. I expect selling here with Russell into our reversion zone as well. But it is possible that we flip. Who knows? We'll see. POC has shifted here on ES to this 650. Super important that we're able to maintain that. Looks back below. It's going to create quite the ledge for us to fill off of this LVN back to 43s. 15 seconds.
So shortly expecting the Fed reverse repo facility. So according to Shana, Iran oil minister says it continues to support the OPEC Plus decisions aimed at ensuring market stability. "46 counterparties take $154.859 billion at the Fed's reverse repo operation."
First risk off here if you're playing off of 920. Expect to our 30-second opening range. High in previous day POC here at 900s. We watch to see if this will hold. This is where our last bid was found. Again, this is just a rejection of our 15-minute VWAP off Globex.
Yemen's Houthis say the group will not hesitate to carry out strikes against the US if the US strikes on Yemen resume.
This is our 30-second opening range mid on NQ. ES rejected our 55 to 50 area that we talked about as where we would look for that top, with NQ into our 920. Watching to see if our bid will be able to show here, or if we flip back below for this continuation down. Regardless, nothing we talked about has invalidated. It's only played. As we come down into this low, this is just a great secondary target. Move stops down if you are shorting off of the plan. If you are looking for a continuation, you need to see a very clear bid here, and then pop and rotation back up above this, and then actual willingness to trade above this 920. You should be looking for a supportive bid here and this 90 to 70. We can see all of this liquidity here from this previous pop. We want to see if it will hold, or if we start to establish below for rotations down. See if offer will hold our top edge here, 900, 910, or if we can flip it and make it supportive from our hold of our low of our opening range. Big test. Watching to see if we make higher lows across the board, or if buyers were able to maintain. Russell was able to hold our value edge so far, rotating back up to our pivot here at our 06. See if we can establish above, or if this is going to be our new balance here. ES as well, just backdoor 55s, watching, see how we interact here. This is our value edge on NQ. Need to see a very clear established bid here again at this 900, 910, or again, offer is going to hold there. We'll look back below, and then we'll look for weakness below 70s.
Germany Chancellor Merz says, I remain skeptical about the new EU debt instruments. And Germany's Chancellor Merz says EU fiscal rules could be softened for defence.
It's a great secondary risk off into our 870. If you are playing off 920 or 910 offer, no change in anything that we've talked about today. VWAP is still resistance. Back to our 30-second opening range low here, and now into our RTH VWAP and day open on NQ. We'll watch to see if we get a secondary leg off of a look below and hold. If you are trading ES, this is PT, VWAP, and our 30-second opening range. So from our 50-55, right, this has to be your first target. If we can step below day open again, and we don't see strong bids occur here and get us back above, we can look for this secondary rotation down, right? But we got to show interest back below. It's just, it is what it is. Same thing here on NQ. Very clear that we have liquidity present here. If we push into this and then see a weak bid that does nothing, right, and we can't get back over this, then we should be looking for this secondary look down for a rotation through our balance that we just traded, right? If the liquidity that is here gets us back over, then we just do this rotation back up again.
So JP Morgan, a global head of fixed income, Michelle, says a pretty low risk that the Fed gets important policies wrong. Pakistan Defense
Trump
Minister
just
to
started,
Geo
thank
News
God.
says we will only hit military targets, not civilian, in retaliation. So keep in mind, Trump is currently live. He's speaking at the swearing-in ceremony for the Chinese ambassador. We have got the live video on the feed for those interested. Again, he is currently speaking. So JP Morgan's head of FX, Michelle, says large institutions don't see the sell America trade.
Into our
So just a
demand
reminder, we are
here.
now 15 minutes away from the top of the hour, where we are expecting the US interest rate decision alongside the FOMC rate statement. So median expectations expect the Fed to remain on hold today, keeping rates unchanged at 4.5%. So just going over some commentary. Trump says US envoy to China is to handle the consequential and complex issue. So again, Trump currently speaking.
Again, this is our
So
demand
looking at
here.
some commentary ahead of the FOMC rate decision today, SocGen say the FOMC meeting is a key focus this week. They do not anticipate significant changes in the Fed's messaging compared to the March meeting, though. They say that Trump says, I'm confident the US envoy to China will do an exceptional job.
We need to get below this 40 to 50 for anything more.
So again, we're just looking at some commentary ahead of the FOMC rate decision today then. So start from the top, SocGen say the FOMC meeting is a key focus this week, and they do not anticipate significant changes in the Fed's messaging compared to the March meeting. They do say that while growth expectations may have declined due to increased tariffs, economic growth and consumer spending are on the rise. Overall, risks remain high, with potential downside for growth and upside for inflation. Also ahead of the FOMC, looking at a note from UniCredit, they say that the FOMC is expected to keep its target rate for the Fed funds rate at 4.5% at the end of its two-day meeting on 7th of May, in line with market expectations. UniCredit note that since the March meeting, the Trump administration introduced significantly higher reciprocal tariffs on the 2nd of April, with some tariffs paused for 90 days and retaliatory tariffs on China. Trump says, I don't know on tariff exemptions. Trump says, we'll take a look at exemptions. So I'm going to put the prep for the FOMC on hold as we've got Trump at the podium. So for pro users, we do have the US interest rate prep on the right-hand side of the website there. You can read through it yourselves if you are interested in that. Trump says, not looking for so many tariff exemptions. Trump, on mulling tariff exemptions for some items, says, I don't know. Trump, when asked about tariff exemptions for baby items, says, I don't know. In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we see the US interest rate decision. Forecast sees the rate remaining unchanged at 4.5%. We also get the FOMC rate statement. Trump says a lot of talk about Gaza right now. Trump says we'll know something in the next 24 hours. Trump on India-Pakistan says, want to see them work it out. Says, hopefully they can stop now. Trump on India-Pakistan says, if I can help, I will be there. Trump on a possible Middle East ceasefire, to clarify, says, you'll know in 24 hours. Again, Trump on possible Middle East ceasefire, you'll know in 24 hours. Seeing some weakness in WTI crude following that. Trump says not open to pulling back 145%
Should be your
tariffs.
first risk off. No change in our
Yeah,
plans.
Trump not open to pulling back 145% tariffs. Some weakness in the S&P 500 and the dollar here. Trump no to potential for pulling back tariffs on China. Again, Trump says no to the potential for pulling back tariffs on China. Again, weakness in the S&P 500 and the dollar index here, as Trump says no to the potential for pulling back tariffs on China.
There is your next target into 810. Watch to see if we find a bid here, and then a reoffer into our resistance like we have pathed, or if we can just immediately flip. We want to look below this, or this is going to continue to be demand, just like before. I cannot reiterate enough how much like balance matters and understanding structure. Watch our retest here. All we've done is gone straight to targets.
Again, some weakness in WTI crude coming here as Trump speaks as well. Trump says had a good outcome with Houthis. Trump says might be easing chip policy toward the Gulf. So the S&P 500 again quickly pairs gains after Trump comments. Trump says China should reassess who asked for a meeting. 5 minutes now to the top of the hour, where we get the US rate decision and the FOMC rate statement. With the rate decision, forecast sees the rate remaining unchanged at 4.5%, alongside market pricing. So Trump ends remarks to reporters after the swearing-in ceremony. Close call.
All right, I'm just going to do a zoomed out look again because I think that what we've established and what needs to happen has been very clear. We got our rejection at our 920, just like we thought we would, and our rotation back down. We got our offer into our 30-second opening range where we thought we would for our secondary look, and then our rotation back through our balance that we were trading this morning. There has been no shift in any of our levels. Everything is maintained. I cannot I don't know how I can be more clear. If we start to look below this, 790 to 810, and it goes offer, we will be looking down into 720 as our target. Until then, we know there's an established bid here, so we should respect that. Volatility is going to increase as we come into FOMC. Our short-term levels are not going to matter at all. Our larger value levels will, right? So we want to be aware of our seller that is positioned here at our 920. We want to be aware of this very clear balance that's sitting above us, right? If we can look over this, we should rotate in this top structure. If we rotate below this, we want to see a very clear offer below this 798.10 and then rotate down. These are the only areas that I really care about. We've got everything else is going to disappear. And all the liquidity is going to disappear. We only want to be caring about our higher time frame structure. Again, very clear that we had a balance presented here that we are trading within now. Very clear that we have a balance up here that we can trade in between. And very clear that we have a balance here. So these are the three areas that I'm watching to let us know which auction we are going to be taking part in. All right, we have 3 auctions. We have this upper auction from earlier. We have this auction here.
Summarizing Trump here, saying that Trump noting he's unwilling to lower tariffs to get China to the table.
Auction.
So 1 minute remaining now for the US interest rate decision.
Yes.
10 seconds.
And all
Okay,
liquidity
no
is
change.
gone.
Rate remains unchanged at 4.5% as expected. Looking to the statement now, the committee judges risks of higher unemployment and higher inflation have risen. Economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace despite swings in net exports affecting the data. The committee judges risks, again, to unemployment and inflation have risen. The Fed committee will continue reducing holdings of Treasury and MBS securities at the current pace. Says the unemployment rate has stabilized at a low level. Labor market conditions remain solid. Fed vote in favor of policy was unanimous. So again, just to highlight some of the key points and changes in the statement then, risks of higher unemployment and higher inflation have risen. Uncertainty about the outlook has increased further.
That busy.
Treasury yields steady after the Fed rate decision and the statement.
Yep, FOMC.
Gold little changed as well following the Fed decision. Short-term interest rate futures slightly pair earlier losses after the Fed stands pat on policy rate. We have posted out the FOMC rate statement on the feed for those interested. And so looking to the markets there, now we did see a little bit of strength come through in the S&P 500, bit of weakness come through in the dollar following the FOMC decision there, where they noted that risks of higher unemployment and higher inflation have risen.
Yes, very
Traders continue to see the Fed rate
normal.
cut likely by July. Traders also still price in 3 Fed rate cuts this year.
No change, Robert, was the decision.
China's President Xi says, I'm looking forward to talking ties and cooperation with Putin. Ria did report earlier that China's President Xi has landed in Russia.
Arusha.
The US Treasury 2 to 10-year curve marginally flattened following the Fed decision, last at 48.4 basis points. So gains in the S&P 500 following the Fed decision have now been reversed. We're extending losses down spot 1% now. Dollar extending losses or pairing gains even as close to flat on the session now.
Our downside likely below target held. Rotation down. I'm watching for a retest. Sell side in control. Downtrend persisting. $720 should be target. We look for bounce there.
So the S&P 500 and Nasdaq 100 both fall to session lows. US 2 to 10-year yields extend declines as well, reaching the day's low also.
Watch reactions here. 720. Watch for offer. And then continuation of trend. Your most bearish offer here would be into this 50 to 60. If this fails to hold, we should expect a rotation back up to our 90 to 800. If this does hold, then we look for the look below 720 and then the continuation down. Immediate bounce off 720, which was our target. Now offering. Good first risk off here when we look below. See if we can get a continuation. Next target, 680. Do not go crazy with size. This is large, volatile movement. You can make lots and lots and lots of money with minimal size because the moves are so large. Do not blow up your account on FOMC day. Don't be an idiot. Please. We couldn't have asked for a more perfect pre-FOMC balance where we called the literal low and the literal high. If you weren't able to make money there,
Remember as well,
do not
at
gamble
the
now.
bottom of the hour, we do see the FOMC press conference with Fed's Chair Powell as well. It's just over 20 minutes time. A live video for this is now on the feed.
Buyer attempting to sit at 700, offer at 730, 740. We have ADRs below us on both ES and NQ. Good job, Adrian. Be very careful playing long, Izzy, please. You've seen nothing to tell you that bid wants up. Just because we've got a lull doesn't mean that we go up, you know? Our offer still maintaining above, lower highs in, Russell leading down. We've got absorption from 719 to 730. If we can pop over that, maybe something. But offer very clearly stepping down here from our initial short.
US stocks extend their fall, with the Nasdaq now down 1%.
Russell pushing into our ETH low and ADR. See if we can pop this, or if offer maintains. This is where we've seen offer hold for the last two attempts, this 20 to 30. We need to see Russell show interest here above our previous day value low off of our hold of our ETH low and ADR. If we're going to keep going up short term, JPOW starts talking in 12 minutes. So we're watching to see if this can bid here for a higher low, right? Or if this is going to just hold as our resistance and we rotate like this for the next 12 minutes.
So according to the Washington Post, the US pushes nations facing tariffs to approve Musk's Starlink.
We went directly into target 2 at ADR at 679, an NQ, and just into this absorption here again at 19 to 31. Two-sided trading. Russell attempting the higher low.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, we do get the FOMC press conference with Chair Powell. The live video is on the feed for those interested.
Watch as we push into 60 here. Should be your first risk off if you are playing the Russell pop. As we push into previous day POC, that should be your risk going off point. Watch for our offer to be present where it was last, right into this high, and we look to see if we get continuation on a continued step over, or if this is just a short-term oscillation. Unsure, but Russell high or low is always a good sign. Just back to our offer here. We get over this, should just be a rotation back up to our edge up at 790, 800. Always better to just wait for some sort of sign that upside is likely, right? Once we get to our target, we show an interest below these points. We then see him step over with something like RTY to help lead us up. That's a much better longing signal than just trying to like a random consolidation on one individual instrument. You'd want to see this 20 to 30 hold as supportive for anything more. Just a flip of our absorption. If this doesn't show interest, I don't think that there's really anything here short term. JPOW speaks in 8 minutes. RTY watching for a rotation back to our previous day value. See if we can find a bounce there off of our rejection of previous day POC where we thought it would be. See if bid can be found here. And rotation back up to 60 off of that. Should be another risk off if you are positioned. You need to get above. Again, this should be a risk off into these highs. Secondary target 790. Later.
So we have posted the Washington Post piece on the feed as the US pushes nations facing tariffs to approve Musk's Starlink. That's on the feed now. Deutsche Bank's Luzetti says substantially lowering June rate probabilities.
Yeah, like the 15-second stuff is just like for short term, this is where we want to see reactions, right? But we still have our higher time frame levels. And those are always going to be like actually labeled.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, we see the start of the FOMC press conference with Chair Powell. Videos on the feed. Seeing another comment from Deutsche Bank's Luzetti says, I see the first rate cut in December.
I'd really like to hold my runners here for this move up, but I don't know if we get it before JPL starts talking. 3 minutes now. There we go. Close enough. See what happens here.
One minute to go now till we get the FMC press conference.
What color die, boys? What are we thinking?
Remember, the video is on the feed for you to watch.
Purple with white dots? Around like actual moves. Nah, we're talking about ties. The real thing that moves the market. Yeah, lock in, man.
10 seconds to the presser.
All right. Just went live. I don't know if there's really a point to watching. The news guy's always ahead, but if you want to watch, it's there. Better easy.
Empower's press conference begins.
It's purple. He loves that tie.
Powell says economy is in a solid position. Inflation has come down a great deal. Powell says running somewhat above the 2% goal.
Holding POC of previous 15. Needed to get back over this pivot if we want to go any more upside.
Powell says the current stance of policy leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way. Powell reiterates from the statement that risks of higher unemployment and inflation have risen.
This is our value edge on NQ, our ETH low on NQ, our key pivot on NQ, 790 to 810.
Trade complicated GDP measurement.
Says ES pushing into our value edge, current to today's value as well as yesterday's. We need to show interest above, then we can do our rotations that we did earlier. If you are still in runners, just move stops up. Big pivot here. See if bids can hold on this look above.
So again, Powell says import swings complicated GDP data.
We can hold 790, 810. We should be able to look to 860.
How uncertainty affects future spending and investment. Powell says the labour market broadly in balance. Wage growth has continued to moderate. And Powell says labour market consistent with maximum employment. Powell adding the jobs market not a source of inflationary pressures. Powell says near-term inflation expectations have moved up.
Russell into our value edge here.
Powell says survey respondents point to tariffs as the driving inflation expectations. Powell says longer-term inflation expectations are consistent with the goal, though. Powell says most longer-term measures, again, consistent with the 2% inflation goal. Powell says the administration is doing substantial policy changes. Powell says tariffs so far are significantly bigger than expected.
I really can't turn him up anymore.
Powell says if the large increases in tariffs as announced are sustained, we will see higher inflation and lower employment. Powell does add that the inflationary effects of policies could be short-lived. So again, Powell says avoiding persistent inflation will depend on the size and the timing of tariffs and inflation expectations.
What I can do is
Powell says the
turn.
Fed is obligated to keep inflation expectations anchored.
I can turn me down so that everything is leveled, but that's about as high as I can turn him up. It's maxed.
Powell says we may find ourselves in a challenging scenario where dual mandate goals are in tension. Says if dual mandate goals are in tension, consider the distance from the goal and the time to close the gaps. Says time to wait before adjusting policy.
See if that helps. It's about as loud as I can turn it. Everything is literally maxed. Retest of our value edge.
We're seeing the dollar continue to pair gains as Powell speaks here. Nearly flat on the session now. S&P 500 seeing a bit of a bounce though, up around spot 1% as Powell speaks. Powell now taking questions at the press conference.
Beautiful first risk off. If you are trading the recovery and talk, right, this is what we wanted to see. Now we need to see a look above this and hold if we want continuation, or we expect sell side to be sitting here into our VWAP and value edge. Same thing on Russell into our day open and VWAP. Great first risk off on the recovery of our value edge.
Powell says, I can't say which way risks will shake out, referring to employment and inflation. Says there's a great deal of uncertainty about tariffs. It's too early to know. Powell says, ultimately, we think the policy rate is in a good place. Powell says, if you look through first quarter distortions, the economy is solid. Powell says, policy is moderately restrictive. No hurry, we can be patient. Again, Fed's Powell, no hurry, we can be patient. Powell says the underlying inflation picture is good. So Powell just commenting that inflation now running a bit above 2% with decent readings in housing and non-housing services. Powell just repeating, we don't have to be in a hurry. Don't think we need to be in a hurry to adjust rates.
We want to step over 60 here.
Powell says we will know more with each week and months where tariffs will land. And we'll know the effects when we start to see them. We can't say how long it will take. Powell says, when things develop, we can move quickly if appropriate. Powell says, if we see higher inflation and higher unemployment, we won't see further progress towards our goals. Says we would see a delay on getting to goals for the next year. Powell does add, but we don't know that yet. There's so much uncertainty over tariffs. So again, Powell says won't make progress on goals this year if tariffs stay. So seeing some strength come through in the dollar here. Powell says we have inflation above target with expectations for upward pressure. Powell says we're not in a situation where we can be preemptive. Need to see more data. Powell says having to balance our goals would mean difficult judgment.
Back to our auction low here. Just balance between our two pivots like we were trading earlier today. Again, just 850, 860, and this 810, 790. We step below 790 and show an offer. We go down We show a bid above that 50 to 60, we go up. It is just our lower auction that we were trading earlier. Russell rejected VWAP in our day open, back to our value edge. ES rejected a VWAP in day open, back to our value edge. Watching to see reactions here. Saw some absorption into our 50. Just back down to our low now, into our 810. We should be very familiar with these auctions.
Powell says we haven't faced the question of our two goals in tension in a very long time. We have to keep it in our thinking now, though. Powell says there are cases in which rate cuts would be appropriate this year. So that's just Powell saying there are cases where it would be appropriate and cases where it would not be appropriate this year. Powell says, I can't confidently say that I know the appropriate rate path.
This look below needs to be very clear. Or we're just going to trap and then bid back above 810s. So really keep your eye on this.
And Powell just saying that the president's calls for rate cuts don't affect our job at all.
Russell leading down. We find a bid here or we flip completely.
Powell says, my gut tells me that uncertainty is extremely elevated. Downside risks have increased. Says the risks of higher unemployment and higher inflation have risen, but not yet in the data.
Watch our reoffer, 798.10. Should be your first risk off if you are trading off of that bounce off our reversion.
So just keep in mind in 10 minutes time at the top of the hour, get the US consumer credit forecast 9.387 billion on the prior minus 0.81 billion.
This is our value edge retest off of our bounce here. Now we're watching to see if this is going to hold as resistance again, or if we can flip back above. If we can flip back above, we then have a catalyst where we can then look for new highs off of this range. If this holds, that is a shift of value. Very important retest. This is value retest as resistance across the board.
Powell says businesses and households are very broadly are concerned and postponing decisions. Powell says if nothing happens to alleviate those concerns, we would expect that to show up in the data in the next weeks or months. Powell says, I'm watching extremely carefully. I don't see much evidence in the actual data of a slowdown in the economy. US 2-year yields turn higher in the wake of Powell's comments, last up slightly at around 3.79%. Powell says quantitative easing wasn't beyond the confines of our mandate. Powell says we could have tapered quantitative easing earlier or faster in hindsight. So the US Treasury yields on long end pairing losses as well. The 10-year yield still lower on the day at around 4.281%.
If you know what you're doing, yes. If not, it's the data. Blow up 30 evals. Me too, man. Me too.
So in around 3 minutes time now at the top of the hour, see the US consumer credit forecast 9.387 billion on the prior minus 0.81 billion.
There's our push for new highs off our recovery of our 798.10, trapping these guys off sides, rotation up. Watching our reoffer on Russell, ES leading up with NQ, RTY lagging. This is our 15-minute VWAP and where we saw absorption last. It's our opening range at 900s to 920.
Powell just says people are
Just
worried,
take
but the
some risk
shocks
off,
haven't
see
hit
if we can
yet.
flip it. If we can flip it, we go up. If this holds, there's no change to our auctions.
Nasdaq 100 turns positive now. One minute remaining for the US consumer credit. Ten seconds. Powell, when asked about the March projections for 2 rate cuts, says can't make a projection now, wait until June for the next summary of economic projections. Consumer credit 10.172 billion, 10.172 billion, higher than forecast 9.387 billion. Powell says depending on the way things play out, could have rate cuts or holding where we are. We'll have to wait to see where things play out.
This is my risk off area from earlier levels, the 5650. Yeah, there's nothing here until 50 to 55 goes supportive. This is just risk off until we show interest above. Same thing on NQ. This 900, 920. If we start to show interest above, though, we can keep going up. What you're looking for on ES right now is a very clear hold of this upper auction that took place, right? We want to see a very clear bid here with this able to now flag and show interest above. If we can do that, then we would look for the secondary move where we then take out the seller that was positioned here and then can go higher, which we'd be looking for a rotation into like 67 to 72. But until then, right, this is just going to be us retesting
Powell says
our
the
opening
data
range.
could break in a way that it favors one goal or the other.
And if we do that, right, then it's just potential for this balance here again, this rotation between yesterday's opening range and today's opening range. Which is why it's a risk off. And then it's just a look to see if we can hold runners here. Same thing on NQ. Right, it's the same setup, which is an attempt to hold this upper buyer, see if we can flag here and look over, or we look back in and then rotate through. Got to break over 43s here in ES. NQ got to show interest above the 70, or this is where offer sits. Even though we got a bounce, doesn't mean that the lower highs are invalidated, right?
Fed's Powell reiterated that US debt is on an unsustainable path. Powell says last year, when said we would not welcome further labour market cooling, the unemployment rate had been rising, a very obvious concern about downside risks to the labour market. Powell adds that fortunately, since then, the unemployment rate has been moving sideways. So concern about further cooling has gotten a lot less. Powell says, I can't say how much of a rise in the unemployment rate is tolerable. We need to look at both unemployment and inflation. Powell says if we did see significant labour market deterioration, of course we would look to be able to support that. Powell says now in a new phase where the administration is beginning trade talks and has potential to change the picture materially or not.
Took off another into this like 86.90. Just in runners now on my average from here, this low. See if we can push highs or if we're going to reject here again. Unsure. There's every trade that I've taken since the FOMC drop.
Powell says big spike in imports to beat tariffs should reverse in Q2. Likely net exports are to have a larger positive contribution to GDP. Powell says it will be harder to make a clean assessment of US demand. Powell says Q1 consumer spending and inventories could be revised up. Powell comments that swings in GDP data won't really change things for us.
Watching our reoffer into 60, see if we put in a lower high there. The 60 to 70 will be incredibly important for sellers if it's going to hold a lower high. So watch to see if they're aggressive there. If they are, we look for a pushback below 35 for rotations down. If we can build above the 60 to 70, I don't see why we don't look for new highs. Because then this is just liquidity taken, stopping people out. Really paying attention here. You want to see like a very clear bid here. Again, 60 to 70 for the pop on highs. If not, then it's just sell side showing that lower high here. And then we look for the pop below 30, 35s for continuation down. It's really important that we see our bid step up and then make new highs here, or we trap again, right? We basically have just failed our look below, and now we're failing our look above. So if this fails here, I'm going to be looking for that offer to attempt again and then try. It's super important that we
Pal says, I'm not dismissing the soft data, but the link between consumer sentiment and demand in recent years was weak.
try to see this bid here at 60 to 70.
Pal says this is an outsized change in sentiment, though.
I love it when they ask questions that he just can't answer. It's
Pal just says the Fed doesn't have the tools that are good to address supply chain issues.
production is not complete. Seller's still sitting at 70, absorbing. Bid still here at our 30s.
And Fed's Powell ends the press conference. Again, Fed's Powell press conference ended.
Well, there's been no change in any of our levels. I'd like to see this rotate down to the 790, 810 area, and then we can figure out if our key pivot's going to hold or if this is going to flip. If we kind of just chill here, we're going to have to wait to see what happens into our 15-minute VWAP above before we get an actual decision. So
the Japanese yen drops 1% to a daily low of 143.89 per dollar, as all of this FOMC has been unfolding.
I'd much rather see this rotation down and then we figure out what we want to do. Either, a very clear pop back above and hold, or again, like we're going to have to just wait for this push back up into these highs, into this 9,900. So far, again, like our 15-minute VWAP has been our decision maker. We've shown zero interest above today. And in most of Globex, it's been the greatest fade indication. We just need to continue to rely on that until we can show clear acceptance above that we want to go up. Just going to, again, these are two volatilities stepping back in, so these are a bit too tight for areas of interest. Just going to keep 70, I'm going to keep 30. And then we're just going to chill. We'll wait for reactions on either edge. Because I think we need an extreme before we actually get anything real. There we go. Again, like if you don't understand what I'm saying, we have extremes with liquidity representing present at both this edge and this edge. So what happens in these reactions should be a lot more telling for a secondary move based off of this little auction that's taking place between 30 and 70. So like extremes from here and then a pop back in should result in upside. Whereas like a hold of this low and a pop into this high, but then a very clear sell should result in a very clear downside move if these fail, right, on either end. I'm much more comfortable playing that than just trying to play this chop. Is this playable? Yeah, definitely, right? Playing these edges is, we've seen those rotations, it's very clear, but just waiting for an extreme, I think, is going to present a much better trade. I mean, there's very clearly someone absorbing into 70. The bid at the lows is much less clear, in my opinion, at 30s. Another full rotation, 30 to 70. Just waiting.
The US CEA's Moran, speaking on Fox News now, says the US has leverage in a situation with China.
Again, if you are shorting, I think like this 810 to 790 is just such a clear pivot where sell side's shown. And again, like that should just be your first risk off, and then we look to see if it'll flip. You should be looking to get filled there. And then we see if we can flip down or if this holds. Watch for a reaction into 770 here, and then a reoffer into 90 if sell side's serious. The bid doesn't have to go up to 90 to 800, but it makes sense if we're still just on normal auctioning. If sell side really wants to take advantage, they'll just slam this thing, and then we rotate down to 43s directly. Just keep that in mind. Keeping an eye on Russell into these lows. It's a previous day value low here. And again, like all we're watching for is from here, this is POC from the previous candle, can offer maintain, right? And rotate down, or can we recover and trap?
US CEA's Moran says the president has said there may be disruptions from trade. US CEA's Moran says it takes some time to adjust trade patterns. In the short term, disruptions are possible.
New 15s.
USCEA's Moran on if inflation is coming back says, we don't believe that.
We need to show interest below the 790. No change in our pivot here. But if we don't get below 790 quick, we're going to have to offer higher before we can go lower. And again, any recovery and look back over 810s and then a bid is going to just result in upside with these guys being trapped below. So it's very important that we see sell side really step on the gas here if we're going to get any solid continuity.
USCEA's Moran says the Trump admin does not believe high inflation is coming back.
Bid attempting at 86. The first signs of weakness will be stepping below that and then offering it. Nothing, no change in our pivot. Bid attempting to step up at 86. We're looking to see if they're trapped here or if we can make a higher low. Looking pretty trapped to me. Should risk off into 70s. We need to see that look below for the continuation and rotation down to 720. They're attempting again. We'll see what happens. If they flip it, they flip it, you know. There's no ifs or buts. Offer's still maintaining, but we got to be very careful for a potential rotation to 50 to 60. See what they can do. You expect offer to be at 30 and then retest of this 800, 810 if bids are going to hold, and then rotation to 60s. If 30 holds, we look for the rotation back below 790 for continuation down, trapping bids up here. So again, like this secondary test is going to be very important for you to know if you should stay in a long here, or if this is going to flip back below, trapping these guys here. Retesting now. Same as before, your first risk off should be into this 30 if you are playing off the retest. If we flip over this, you should have another 20 to 30 points on your hands.
Trump set to rescind global chips curb amid
Pick risk off
AI
into 70.
restrictions and debate. So again, Trump to rescind global chips
Look
curb
for
amid AI
continuation above.
restrictions and debate. To look into the market, strengthen the S&P 500 and strengthen the dollar as well.
Just recovery of our key pivot.
So
and flip.
officials ready to repeal
stuff.
ready repeal of AI diffusion rule launched by Biden. Nvidia has objected to the rule and pressed the US for its reversal. People familiar with the matter describe the chips rule repeal plans as again Trump to rescind global chips curb amid AI restrictions and debate. A further strength coming through in the S&P 500 here. We're up around 0.6% quickly now.
It's all about being fluid. Respecting our levels, playing our understanding of these rotations, and then chilling.
Nvidia shares up 2.2%, session highs here.
I'll look for a retest. This can keep going. I'm out. I'll look for a better trade to get back in, full size. This is our next ES target into 67 to 72, and Russell into our 30-second opening range. I expect a little bit of a pullback, and then we'll look to
So again, these are people familiar with the matter describing the chips rule repeal plans.
Bid resting at 10s, 010s, 05s, 010s. Just watching to see if this will hold or if we need to pull back into this liquidity a bit lower. I like playing around this 960, 970 if we're going to hold. I think that that's a good spot, because if not, then it's just going to be a rotation
Nvidia
back
touch gains as high as 3% here.
So let's see if we can find a bid here. It's getting a bit volatile. Please be careful. $60 holding so far. Really nice bid there.
So looking to other tech and chip names here. Intel, NXP Semi, KLA, Analog Devices rising to session highs here.
The reason why we were looking for a pullback here is that we had known supply, right? Is there anything that we could have planned for by understanding this area of why we were looking for a pullback? Maybe like we already talked about this being an auction and we'd be looking for a pullback here. We traded into our highs. We look for the bid in our lows because we're now back in this auction. Do you guys understand that? Do we see how this is us trying to retest this auction here? See what happens on this flip. Again, there's nothing here until like 20. So if 60 to 70 holds offer, you just look for 20 rotation back down to what previous resistance was at our.
So we're also
pivot.
seeing Broadcom jump in a volume spike with shares up around 2 spots, 7%.
What we need to see from this 20 hold is a very clear look back above this rotation, or this is going to offer, and then we can rotate through our previous range, taking coming back down to our breakout here.
One minute now until we get the market on close imbalance.
This is 15-minute VWAP retest here is supportive for the first time at our 900s. This is where we either flip the
There's a few
absorption
seconds
that
for
we've
the market on
continued to
close
see,
imbalance.
or we flip and rotate through the entire thing off this failure. Right, like that.
So the market on close
It's gotta be
imbalance,
very
sell
clear.
side 1 spot 5 billion for the S&P 500, Nasdaq 100, sell side 1 billion, Dow 30, sell side 593 million, Mag 7, sell side 462 million.
It's a great risk off, I think. I have no clue what you're talking about, Felix. Literally zero.
So some more information on the Trump rescinding chips restrictions headline then. So the changes are taking shape as Trump prepares for a trip to the Middle East, where a number of countries, including Saudi Arabia and the UAE, have bristled at restrictions on their ability to acquire AI chips. Trump officials are actively working toward a new rule that would strengthen the control of chips abroad, according to people familiar who asked not to be identified because the change isn't yet public.
I don't even know how to like screenshot this move. It looks so skewed. This is the flip from trying to extend our short below the 798.10 and then stopping out and then buying and flipping and then playing it up off of recovery of key pivot. You have 5.5 minutes until market close. We are now attempting this recovery.
So again, we have posted
off our
out some
holder
more
30s.
information on this Trump rescinding global chip curbs amid AI restriction debate. That's on the feed now. Just worth noting, as a few accounts just making note of this, the story isn't necessarily about removing China restrictions or tariffs. It's more about easing restrictions on the Middle East, per the story that we've read.
That's old news. Does the market care though? We'll see. That news came out weeks ago. This is a great risk off into 60 to 70. We can bid above 80s. We then can rotate back up into our highs. Until then, this is the retest of our low of this auction, where we saw that big ol' sell. There's your 60s. Again, gotta show interest above. There's not really a way around it. It has to show be pretty active above 80, or this area is just going to act as absorption.
So this is from a U.S. Commerce Department spokesperson now. Says the Trump administration rescinding the Biden-era AI diffusion rule. So confirmation here from the U.S. Commerce Department.
One minute left. Spam.
Alphabet shares closed down 7.3%. Worst day in 3 months.
Hmm. What do I see? I mean, there's nothing here. We're just failing to get into our Globex high auction. If the bid can step over 80s, then we go up. This just looks like we gotta rotate. The bid is desperately trying here at this like 50 to shift support up. Got an offside seller down at 910. That's worth probably playing around. Right, like we've got this guy here who's trying desperately to hold, and we're trying to see if the bid can now shift here at this 50 and get us over this 80. We show interest over 80. We should be able to rotate this up. And then it's just a balance play, which is just a, we expect, just like last time, we find a seller here, again into these highs. We then retest this as supportive if we're going to keep going up, and then we look for a continuation, something like that. Just showing us that we're back into this auction and that this buyer is willing to buy at a higher low. But yeah, you've got this huge ass candle, so it's really hard to really say anything. The only thing that we could be sure on is this dip into this known buyer here, right at our 30s, and then look for the secondary move here on the recovery of our 90. Other than that, it's just us trying to force ourselves back into this upper auction. We can even just put like a fixed range on this, and it should be pretty clear of why this is resistance here, right? And we can adjust these levels to be a little bit more exact for the current auction. Like, we got to show this is supportive, so you are looking for the bid to recover this and rotate up. We test into this value high edge. We look for this to then be supportive, and then we look for this to then show as a supportive hold of our value high. We see that, we keep going up. That's the short-term look. If this holds as resistance, right, then there's no change. And then it's just coming back down to here first before we can look up. Just a normal rotation. I mean, our levels did wonderfully all day today. As we couldn't have asked for a better FOMC. If you struggled with today, I would definitely review and see if you just had some hopium that like levels would hold and in the opposite direction of your trade, and you just didn't close and reevaluate. But I mean, we called the literal top at 920. We explained an hour before why we thought it was going to be that, based off of our 15-minute VWAP holding as resistance, expecting just a reversion trade, not looking for more. Pre-FOMC, just looking for balance, right? We identified the auctions that we were trading in, and yeah, right, we just played our pivot to pivot. We had this upper auction, which gave for a very clear high. We had then just a very clear rotation at our 790 to 810 for these rotations up. And yeah, I mean, it's was pretty clear this morning. FOMC is great because you shouldn't expect anything crazy continuation wise. It should just be reversions to our mean over and over again. Because all this is just day trading, right? Where we're not expecting large positions to be being put on for higher time frame long term before the decision is made. We're just expecting basically money to be coming in and out and just rotating in balance. So once we identify that movement, we know what to look for and what our expectations should be for these moves and where we should be looking for these rejections, and where the sell side is like just very clear. Right? Like, this is very normal, very mechanical in the selling nature. And I mean, it happened over and over and over again. So, like, if you're a pattern-based trader, like, is there a better pattern than just seeing the same thing show, right? Like, why are you shifting a bias thinking it's not going to happen again, like, do it until it proves not to work. Like, if that sell side's just sitting there and we're just going to do these reversions and to and from, like, just play it, man. And yeah, like our 810 790 area was just where we were looking at this, the Globex low, basically, right? Where we saw this dip below and then the secondary bid that stepped us up, and then our retest into this area showing us that this was liquid. So why would we be looking for more downside in this initial move when we've already shown that it's a very liquid area, right, from the previous session? So looking for that rotation up into that 920 made a lot of sense, and this was our pre-FOMC, right? Just 790 to 920. After that, we get a look below. We go down into our lower target and immediately find then a bid back up through. So pretty clear if you know how to play balance and you're willing to be fluid. If you're not, you know, it's fine. The volatility is hard. It's understandable. But with practice, like, these kind of sessions can be your best days. There's your rotation off of our failure here. So just back into our bid. We'll watch to see if this holds. You'd want to see basically buy side just be able to defend this low, right? This is our 30-second opening range on NQ. So if we can find a bid here, then the day is in for nothing. But we want to then look back up off of this and then recover this edge very clearly. If this fails here to show interest and we continue the lower highs, like, a very easy thing that you can do for a visual aid is literally just make a line, right? Like, this is where we should be looking for either from our bounce where we expected liquidity to be present. Where would we be looking for a lower high, right? That's where your first profit should be off of our known liquidity if you're buying here. And if you're in a short from higher, right, this is where you're looking for price to be able to hold, and we don't want to see it push over these, because if we do, upside is very likely. Just move that over. Like, we have this very clear liquidity that's trapped up here, right? So just play off of that POC to value low. And if we ever hold it as supportive, we know where we're going to look. All right. Yeah. I'm going to have to clean up charts now that our levels are a bit larger in size and scope. But again, pretty solid day. Pretty easy read. If you guys have any questions, please let me know. And I'll see you tomorrow.